Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The rain arrived at Baker Street just after dawn, as though it had been waiting politely at the edge of London all night, checking its pocket watch, wondering when it might be decent to begin. It came softly at first, a whisper against the window panes of number 221B, then settled into a steady rhythmic patter that would not cease for the entire day. Inside, in the sitting room on the first floor, the coal fire had been lit early, and the warmth pressed itself gently against the chill that seeped through the old walls. The scent of burning coal mingled with the faint mustiness of well-worn Persian rugs and the sharper note of pipe tobacco that had, over the years, woven itself into the very fabric of the curtains. On the mantelpiece, the clock ticked its familiar cadence, and beside it, unanswered correspondence leaned at careless angles, as if even the letters had grown drowsy in the grey morning light. Dr. John Watson sat in his chair by the fire, his fingers wrapped around a cup of tea that had gone lukewarm while he'd been lost in the pages of yesterday's Times. He could hear, from somewhere deeper in the flat, the faint clatter of Mrs. Hudson moving about in the kitchen below, her footsteps a comforting percussion that spoke of normalcy and routine. Watson glanced toward the window, where the rain traced silver lines down the glass, distorting the view of the street beyond into an impressionist dream of hansom cabs and hurrying figures beneath black umbrellas. He felt, not for the first time, a quiet gratitude for being indoors on such a day. There was something profoundly satisfying about listening to rain when one had no obligation to venture into it. Across from him, in the chair that might as well have had a brass plaque declaring it his exclusive domain, Sherlock Holmes sat with the stillness of a cat pretending not to be planning something. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed on some invisible point in the middle distance. He had been this way for the better part of an hour, and Watson knew better than to interrupt. Holmes in thought was a delicate ecosystem, easily disrupted and quick to irritation if disturbed before the idea had fully formed. Still, there was a restlessness to him this morning, a barely perceptible tension in his shoulders that suggested the lack of a case was beginning to wear on his famously impatient mind. London in the 1890s was a city of contrasts so sharp they could cut. It was the largest city in the world, the heart of an empire upon which the sun supposedly never set. Though, on mornings like this, one might be forgiven for doubting whether the sun existed at all. The streets of the capital stretched outward in all directions like the spokes of a vast sooty wheel, from the grand avenues of Mayfair and Belgravia, where the wealthy moved through life insulated by servants and carriages, to the narrow fetid alleys of Whitechapel and Southwark, where survival was a daily negotiation with hunger and disease. Baker Street itself occupied a comfortable middle ground, a respectable address for professional men and widows of modest means, close enough to the fashionable West End to be convenient yet far enough from the slums to maintain its dignity. The rain, democratic in its indifference, fell on all of it equally. It pattered on the slate roofs of Belgravia townhouses and drummed on the tin lean-tos of Bermondsey. It turned the Thames into a grey heaving thing that reflected nothing, and it filled the gutters with a soup of horse manure coal dust and the thousand small tragedies of city life. For the crossing sweepers and flower girls, the rain meant misery and lost income. For the gentlemen in their clubs, it meant an excuse to linger over brandy and complain about the weather, as though they had not been complaining about something or other for the entirety of their lives. For Watson and Holmes, it meant a day indoors which, depending on one's temperament, was either a blessing or a curse. Watson was firmly in the former camp. He had seen enough of discomfort in his years as an army surgeon in Afghanistan, enough of heat and dust, and the particular horror of wounds that festered in climates where even the air seemed hostile. A rainy day in London, by contrast, was a gift. It was an opportunity to catch up on correspondence, to read to simply exist without the pressure of productivity. He stretched his legs toward the fire and allowed himself a small, contented sigh. Holmes predictably did not share his sentiment. Insufferable, Holmes muttered, breaking his silence so abruptly that Watson nearly spilled his tea. I beg your pardon, Watson said, setting the cup carefully on the side table. This interminable rain, Holmes said, gesturing toward the window with a vague, accusatory wave of his hand. It has been raining for 3 days, Watson. 3 days? Do you know what happens to London when it rains for 3 days? It gets wet, Watson offered, unable to suppress a smile. Holmes shot him a look that suggested this was not the time for levity. Crime, my dear fellow, goes indoors. Pickpockets retire to their lodgings. Burglars postpone their nocturnal excursions. Even the most dedicated blackmailer prefers to wait until the streets are dry before delivering his threats. The criminal classes, it seems, have more sense than to venture out in this. And so you are deprived of your natural prey, Watson said, his smile widening. How tragic. You mock, but it is a serious matter. Holmes said, though there was the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth that suggested he was not entirely immune to the absurdity of his complaint. A mind like mine requires stimulation, Watson. Without it, I become... He paused, searching for the word. Impossible, Watson suggested. I was going to say dull, but your word will do. Holmes unfolded himself from the chair with the languid grace of a man who had been sitting still for far too long. He crossed to the window and stood looking out at the rain-soaked street, his hands clasped behind his back. Do you know what I've been reduced to this morning, Watson? I've been observing Mrs. Hudson's footsteps in the hallway, attempting to deduce from the rhythm of her tread whether she's bringing tea or merely passing through. And? Watson asked, genuinely curious despite himself. Tea, Holmes said, which she brought 20 minutes ago, as you well know, since you were drinking it. Watson laughed, and the sound seemed to lighten the room, pushing back against the greyness that pressed in from outside. Perhaps, he said, you might consider simply enjoying a quiet morning. It is not a sin, you know, to rest. Holmes turned from the window, and for a moment his expression was almost wistful. Rest, he said, as though testing the word is for those who have nothing more urgent to do. I am not built for rest, Watson. I am built for motion, for thought, for the chase. He returned to his chair and threw himself into it with a theatrical sigh. But alas, the chase, it seems, has been postponed on account of precipitation. The fire crackled, sending up a small shower of sparks that glowed briefly before fading. Outside, the rain continued its steady assault on the city, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the hour. The sound was muffled, softened by the rain and the fog that had crept in alongside it, turning London into a city of half-seen shapes and muted colours. It was the kind of fog that Londoners knew well, the kind that smelled of coal and damp wool, and the river the kind that could make a man lose his way on streets he had walked 1,000 times before. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway as if summoned by Holmes's earlier prediction. She was a small, sturdy woman in her 50s with grey hair pinned neatly beneath a white cap, and an expression that managed to convey both exasperation and affection in equal measure. She had been the landlady at 221B Baker Street for more years than either Holmes or Watson had been in residence, and she had long since developed the particular skill of managing her eccentric tenant, without either indulging his worst tendencies or being cowed by his sharper moods. More tea, gentlemen, she asked, though her tone suggested this was less a question and more a statement of intent. That would be most welcome, Mrs. Hudson Watson said, rising slightly from his chair in a gesture of old-fashioned courtesy that Holmes never bothered with. Mr. Holmes, she asked, turning to the detective. Holmes said as though he had not heard her, though Watson knew perfectly well that he had. Tea, Mr. Holmes. Mrs. Hudson repeated with the patience of a woman who had long practice in dealing with difficult men. Would you like some? If you insist, Holmes said, waving a hand in a manner that might have been agreement or dismissal with Holmes. It was often hard to tell. Mrs. Hudson shook her head, a small smile playing at her lips. You'll fade away to nothing if you don't eat, Mr. Holmes, and don't think I haven't noticed you've barely touched your breakfast. I was deep in thought, Holmes said. You're always deep in thought, Mrs. Hudson replied, but thought doesn't fill the stomach, does it? She turned to Watson with a conspiratorial look. "Doctor, you'll see to it he eats something, won't you?" "I shall do my best," Mrs. Hudson Watson said, though they both knew this was a promise easier made than kept. She nodded satisfied for the moment and retreated down the stairs. Her footsteps, just as Holmes had predicted, steady and purposeful. Watson watched her go, then turned back to his companion. "She worries about you, you know," he said. "She worries about everyone," Holmes said. "It is her nature. If she did not have us to fret over, she would find someone else, a stray cat perhaps, or the postman." "Even so," Watson said. Holmes sighed and picked up his pipe from the side table, turning it over in his hands without lighting it. "Yes," he said more quietly, "even so." The morning wore on in this fashion, slow and soft and grey. The rain did not let up, and gradually the light that filtered through the windows took on a strange subaqueous quality, as though they were sitting at the bottom of a very civilized ocean. Watson returned to his newspaper, though he found himself reading the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing a word of it. Holmes alternated between staring into the fire and pacing the length of the room, his restless energy filling the space like a living thing. It was during one of these pacing sessions that Watson noticed something peculiar. Holmes had stopped in front of the window again, but this time he was not looking out at the street. Instead, his gaze was fixed on something closer, the windowsill itself, where a small puddle of water had formed, seeping in through some invisible crack in the frame. Holmes crouched down, examining the water with the same intensity he might bring to a bloodstain or a cipher. He touched a finger to it, brought the finger to his nose, then to his lips. "Holmes," Watson said, half amused, half alarmed, "please tell me you're not tasting the rainwater." "I am determining," Holmes said, standing up, "whether it is merely rainwater or whether there is something else mixed in. Coal dust, certainly, a trace of iron, possibly from the gutters, and something else, something I cannot quite place." "It is rain, Holmes," Watson said. "London rain, which is to say it is filthy, and you should not be tasting it." Holmes ignored him, lost once more in his own world of observation and deduction. Watson shook his head and returned to his paper, knowing from experience that there was no point in arguing. This was simply how Holmes was, a man for whom even the smallest detail could become a puzzle, a challenge, a distraction from the larger puzzle of his own restless mind. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked on. The fire crackled. The rain continued its patient work of turning London into a city of reflections and shadows. And somewhere, out in that vast wet metropolis, a misplaced umbrella was beginning its journey toward Baker Street, carrying with it a small mystery that would, for a few hours at least, give Sherlock Holmes something to think about besides the unbearable tedium of a rainy day. The knock at the door came just before 11 o'clock, sharp and insistent in a way that cut through the drowsy atmosphere of the sitting room like a knife through butter. Watson looked up from his newspaper, mildly startled, while Holmes's head snapped toward the sound, with the sudden alertness of a hunting dog catching a scent. For a moment the detective's entire demeanour transformed. The languor vanished, replaced by a coiled energy that seemed to vibrate through his thin frame. A visitor, Holmes said, unnecessarily, his eyes bright. And in this weather, either desperate or foolish, Watson. Possibly both. Before Watson could respond, they heard Mrs. Hudson's footsteps ascending the 17 stairs. Holmes had counted them once naturally, and informed Watson of the number as though it were a matter of great significance, followed by the lower, heavier tread of boots that squelched with each step. The door opened and Mrs. Hudson appeared. Her expression caught somewhere between disapproval and sympathy. "Inspector Lestrade to see you, Mr. Holmes," she announced, stepping aside to reveal the man himself. If ever a human being could be said to resemble a drowned rat while still maintaining his dignity, it was Inspector G. Lestrade of Scotland Yard on that grey October morning. Water streamed from his dark overcoat in rivulets pooling on Mrs. Hudson's clean floor in a way that made her purse her lips. His bowler hat, clutched in one hand, dripped steadily, creating a small percussion of its own. his thin face normally sharp and ferrety with the particular intelligence of a man who had risen through the ranks of the Metropolitan Police by virtue of persistence rather than brilliance, was reddened by the cold and the rain. He looked, Watson thought with a touch of sympathy, utterly miserable. Inspector Holmes said, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. For all his theatrical disdain for the official police force, Holmes had a soft spot for Lestrade, who had, over the years, proven himself willing to learn, and more importantly willing to admit when he was out of his depth. You appear to have gone swimming in the Thames. I trust the experience was enlightening. Very funny, Mr. Holmes, Lestrade said, though his tone was more weary than irritated. It's biblical out there. I've seen Noah's flood depicted in Sunday school primers that looked drier than Whitehall this morning. Come in, Mrs. Hudson said, her maternal instincts overriding her annoyance at the water damage. You'll catch your death standing there. Dr. Watson, help me with his coat, would you? Watson rose immediately, and between them they wrestled Lestrade out of his sodden overcoat, which seemed to have gained several pounds in water weight. Mrs. Hudson held it at arm's length, as one might hold a particularly unpleasant specimen, and disappeared downstairs with a muttered comment about men and their complete inability to come in out of the rain like sensible people. Sit by the fire, Inspector, Watson said, gesturing to his own chair. You look half frozen. I feel entirely frozen, Lestrade admitted, moving gratefully toward the warmth. He set his dripping bowler hat on the hearth where it began to steam gently, releasing the particular aroma of wet felt that is one of London's many olfactory signatures. I was at the Yard when your message came, Mr. Holmes, about the Bermondsey case, which, I might add, you solved from your armchair as usual, and thought I'd stop by on my way back to the station, though I'm beginning to think I should have sent a telegram instead. Nonsense, Holmes said, settling back into his chair with visible satisfaction. A visitor, even a sodden one, was better than another hour of staring at the rain. You're always welcome, Lestrade, regardless of your state of dampness, though I must say you seem to have brought half the street with you. This was not entirely an exaggeration. In addition to the water streaming from his person, Lestrade had somehow acquired a thin coating of the particular mud that London streets produced, a mixture of horse manure, coal dust and general urban detritus that, when wet, achieved the consistency and adhesive properties of particularly stubborn porridge. It clung to his boots and the hem of his trousers, and Watson could see Mrs. Hudson's imagined expression of horror at the state of her floors. The rain, meanwhile, continued its assault on the windows, and somewhere in the distance thunder rumbled, a low distant sound like furniture being moved in heaven's attic. The city beyond Baker Street had vanished into the murk, and even the usual cacophony of London traffic was muted, the clatter of hooves and wheels softened by the weather into something almost melodious. Victorian London in the rain was a study in contrasts, a city that wore its poverty and its wealth side by side like mismatched gloves. In Mayfair, the rain was an inconvenience, something to be observed from behind thick glass windows while servants stoked fires and brought tea. In the East End it was a catastrophe. Roofs leaked, walls wept, and the already inadequate housing became actively dangerous as water found every crack and fissure, turning homes into damp, mould-riddled caves. The Thames, always a presence in the city's consciousness, rose with the rain threatening the low-lying areas, where the poor built their lives on land that the river had merely leaned to them, subject to recall at any moment. For the police rain meant different challenges. Crime did not stop for weather, though it changed its nature. The pickpockets and street robbers might take shelter, but domestic violence increased in the cramped quarters where families were forced indoors together. The river police had their hands full with boats torn loose from their moorings, and the regular constables spent their days breaking up fights in public houses where tempers already frayed by poverty and drink snapped under the added pressure of enforced proximity. Lestrade, as one of Scotland Yard's inspectors, occupied a peculiar position in this hierarchy. He was neither wealthy nor poor, neither fully accepted by the upper classes he sometimes had to investigate, nor entirely comfortable among the criminals he pursued. He was a professional man in an age that was only beginning to understand what that meant. Someone who lived by his wits and his wage with no family fortune to fall back on, and no aristocratic connections to smooth his path. He had risen through the ranks by being dogged reliable and just intelligent enough to know when he needed help. Which was, Watson reflected, why he appeared so often at 221B Baker Street. Now then, Holmes said, once Lestrade had settled himself, and some colour had returned to his face, to what do we owe the pleasure? You mentioned you were at the Yard when my telegram arrived, which suggests you were there on other business, and yet you detoured here despite the weather, which suggests that business is either complete or has reached an impasse. Your boots, I note, carry mud consistent with the streets around Covent Garden, not Whitehall, which means you've been somewhere other than the direct route between the Yard and here, and you're carrying something in your left coat pocket that's making it hang oddly. So, Inspector, what brings you to Baker Street drenched and bearing gifts? Lestrade's mouth had fallen open slightly during this recitation, as it always did when Holmes performed one of his party tricks. He glanced down at his pocket, then back up at the detective with a mixture of exasperation and admiration. "I'll never get used to that," he muttered. "It's unnatural is what it is." "It's observation," Holmes said with a dismissive wave. "Anyone could do it if they bothered to use their eyes. Now, the pocket, if you please." Lestrade reached into the offending pocket and withdrew, with some difficulty, an umbrella. But not just any umbrella. This was a gentleman's walking umbrella, the sort of thing that cost more than a clerk's weekly wage. The handle was carved from what looked like ivory, shaped into the head of a greyhound with remarkable detail, and the fabric, though currently damp, was clearly of high quality, a deep navy blue that had not faded despite obvious use. Most intriguingly, there was a small brass plate affixed to the handle, engraved with initials J.M. "Found this at the Yard this morning," Lestrade said, setting it carefully on the floor where it wouldn't drip on anything important. Or rather, it was brought in by a constable who'd found it abandoned on a bench near the embankment. No note, no owner, nothing except those initials. Normally we'd just file it away with the other lost property and wait for someone to claim it, but... He paused, looking slightly embarrassed. "But," Holmes prompted, leaning forward with interest. "But it's been a slow week, Mr. Holmes," Lestrade admitted. "Very slow. And when I saw those initials, I thought it might be an interesting puzzle, something to occupy the mind, as it were. And I know how you get when you haven't had a case for a few days." He glanced at Watson. "He does get peculiar, doesn't he, Doctor?" "You have no idea," Watson said with feeling. "Just this morning he was tasting the rainwater from the windowsill." "I was conducting an experiment," Holmes protested. "You were going mad with boredom," Watson countered. Holmes ignored this, his attention entirely focused on the umbrella. He stood and retrieved it, holding it up to the light, turning it slowly, examining every inch of the handle, the fabric, the mechanism that opened and closed the thing. His long fingers traced the engraved initials with an almost tender precision. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Oh, this is quite fascinating." "Is it?" Lestrade asked hopefully. "I thought it might be. Those initials, you see, J.H.M. I wondered if perhaps it belonged to someone of note, someone we might recognise." "Possibly," Holmes said, still absorbed in his examination. "Or possibly not." "Initials are tricky things, Lestrade. They promise specificity while delivering ambiguity. J.H.M. could be anyone. John Henry Miller, James Harold Morton, Jennifer Harriet Mayweather for that matter, though the style of the umbrella suggests a masculine owner." "That's what I thought," Lestrade said, settling back in his chair with visible satisfaction. "But there's more to it than that, surely. The quality of the thing, the craftsmanship. That ivory handle alone must be worth a pretty penny." "Indeed," Holmes said. "This is not a man who worries about the price of bread, Lestrade. This is someone with means, education, taste. Look at the engraving. Not merely initials hastily scratched on, but proper craftsmanship, done by someone who takes pride in their work. And the wear pattern on the handle." He peered at it more closely. "This has been used, but not carelessly. The owner is right-handed, grips the handle firmly but not anxiously, and has owned this umbrella for at least 3 years, judging by the patina on the ivory. He, and I am confident it is a he, is someone who values his possessions but is not precious about them. A man of action, perhaps, rather than merely a man of leisure." Watson had retrieved his notebook as he so often did when Holmes began one of his analytical performances. There was something almost poetic about watching the detective work the way his mind seemed to parse the world into data points and then reassemble them into narratives. It was, Watson thought, like watching someone read a book that was invisible to everyone else. Mrs. Hudson returned with a fresh pot of tea and a plate of biscuits, eyeing the wet umbrella with the same suspicion she had shown the wet coat. "You'll be staying for tea then, Inspector?" she asked, though her tone suggested this was already a foregone conclusion. "If it's not too much trouble," Mrs. Hudson Lestrade said with genuine gratitude. "It's always too much trouble," she said, but she was smiling as she said it. "But I suppose we can't send you back out into that storm without something warm inside you. You'll fade away to nothing, just like Mr. Holmes." She poured tea with practised efficiency, the steam rising in delicate curls that caught the firelight. The room had taken on a convivial atmosphere now, the addition of a third person somehow transforming it from a place of restless waiting into something more social, more comfortable. Even Holmes, usually so impatient with interruptions, seemed genuinely pleased with this particular diversion. "So," Watson said, accepting his fresh cup of tea with a nod of thanks, "we have a mysterious umbrella with initials abandoned on the embankment. The question is, why?" "Precisely, Watson," Holmes said, returning to his chair with the umbrella laid across his knees like a sceptre. "Why would a man of means, a man who values his possessions, abandon such an item? Was it lost, forgotten, or—" and here his eyes gleamed with that particular light that meant he was enjoying himself. "Left deliberately?" "Deliberately?" Lestrade echoed. "Why would anyone deliberately abandon an expensive umbrella?" "Why indeed," Holmes said. "That, Inspector, is what makes this interesting." The rain drummed on and the fire crackled, and somewhere in London, the owner of the umbrella, whoever J.H.M. might be, was going about his day, unaware that his lost property had become the subject of such intense scrutiny. Outside, the city hunched under the weight of the weather, and inside 221B Baker Street, three men settled in to solve a puzzle that was, in the grand scheme of things, utterly inconsequential. Which was, perhaps, exactly what they all needed. The umbrella lay across Holmes's lap like a patient awaiting diagnosis, and indeed the detective approached it with the same methodical care a physician might bring to an interesting case. Watson watched, notebook balanced on his knee, pencil poised, as Holmes began what he privately thought of as the performance, that peculiar mixture of observation, logic and theatrical presentation that made his friend simultaneously infuriating and indispensable. "Let us begin with the obvious," Holmes said, holding the umbrella up to catch the grey light from the window. "This is not a cheap item purchased on a whim from a street vendor. The construction alone tells us that. The frame is steel, not iron, lighter, stronger, more expensive. The ribs are reinforced at the stress points, see here?" He indicated small metal joints that Watson had to squint to make out. "This is an umbrella designed to last, purchased by someone who thinks in terms of years, not seasons." Lestrade leaned forward, his tea forgotten on the side table, his ferret-sharp face intent with interest. The inspector had long since given up trying to match Holmes's deductive leaps, but he had learned to appreciate them, much as one might appreciate a fine painting without being able to paint oneself. "Go on," he said. "The ivory handle," Holmes continued, running his thumb along the carved greyhound's head, "is genuine, not bone or celluloid. Ivory has a particular grain, a warmth to the touch that cannot be replicated. This piece was carved by a skilled craftsman. Look at the detail in the dog's features, the way the eyes have been given depth, the delicate rendering of the collar. This is not mass production. This is bespoke work, commissioned specifically for the owner." Watson made notes, his pen scratching softly against paper, adding its own small voice to the symphony of rain and fire and the distant sounds of London going about its sodden business. Outside, a hansom cab splashed past, the horse's hooves making a wet, hollow sound against the cobblestones. Somewhere below, Mrs. Hudson was humming. An old hymn, Watson thought, though he couldn't quite place it. The initials Holmes said tilting the handle so the brass plate caught the light. J. GM engraved, not stamped. The lettering is copper plate script fashionable about 5 years ago, slightly less so now. This tells us the umbrella was made, or at least the plate was affixed, sometime around 1888 or 1889. The brass is tarnished slightly around the edges, consistent with regular handling over several years. So we're looking for a man who commissioned this umbrella 5 or 6 years ago, Lestrade said, and has been using it regularly since. Precisely, Holmes said. Though regularly may be an overstatement. Notice the fabric. He stretched the canopy open. It moved smoothly, the mechanism well maintained, and held it up for inspection. Navy blue, as we observed, but not uniformly so. See here along the edges, the colour has faded slightly, suggesting exposure to sunlight, and yet the interior he flipped it over shows almost no wear at all. This umbrella has been used, but not daily. It's been carried, certainly, the handle shows that. But it hasn't been opened and closed with the frequency one would expect of an item owned by someone who walks to work every day. Watson looked up from his notes. So our man has a carriage or takes cabs. Very good, Watson, Holmes said, and Watson felt an absurd flush of pleasure at the praise. Yes, I think we can safely say this is a man who doesn't walk extensively. The umbrella is a gentleman's accessory, not a working tool. It's meant to protect him during the brief moments between carriage and door, not to shield him during a long trudge through the rain. The fire popped, sending up a small constellation of sparks that died before reaching the chimney. The coal shifted, settling into new configurations of heat and light. Watson found himself thinking about the nature of objects, how they carried the imprint of their owners like ghosts. This umbrella, with its careful craftsmanship and accumulated wear, was a kind of autobiography. Incomplete, cryptic, but readable to someone who knew how to look. Victorian London was a city of objects, a place where things mattered in ways that future generations might struggle to understand. In an age before mass production had truly taken hold, before cheap goods flooded the market and made everything disposable, possessions had weight, significance, history. A good umbrella, like a good coat or a good pair of boots, was an investment, something to be maintained and repaired, passed down perhaps to a son or nephew. The initials engraved on the handle were not mere decoration. They were a claim of ownership, a warning against theft, a small assertion of identity in a crowded, anonymous city. For the wealthy, objects were markers of taste and status. The right umbrella, the correct walking stick, the proper gloves, these things spoke a language that everyone understood, a silent semaphore of class and means. For the poor, objects were tools for survival, valued for their utility rather than their beauty. A rag picker's hook, a flower seller's basket, a crossing sweeper's broom, these were the instruments of daily bread, worn smooth by desperate use. And then there were men like Holmes, for whom objects were texts, documents that could be read and interpreted, that told stories their owners had no intention of telling. Watson had watched his friend deduce an entire life history from a pocket watch, had seen him reconstruct a murder from a bent spoon and 3 grains of peculiar sand. It was a gift, certainly, but also a burden. To see so much in everything must, Watson thought, make the world exhausting. Now, Holmes said, let us consider the initials themselves. JHM common enough, as I mentioned, but perhaps we can narrow the field. The style of the umbrella, conservative, expensive, but not ostentatious, suggests a professional man, a barrister perhaps, a physician, a senior civil servant, not a tradesman, even a wealthy one. There's a certain restraint here that speaks of old money, or at least old manners. Could be military, Lestrade suggested. Retired officer? Possible, Holmes acknowledged, though I think not. Look at the handle again. The greyhound. That's a specific choice, Lestrade. Not a regimental symbol, not a general symbol of masculinity like a lion or an eagle. A greyhound. What does that suggest to you? Lestrade frowned, thinking. Speed? Hunting? Both reasonable interpretations, Holmes said. But consider, greyhounds are associated with nobility, with coursing, with a particular kind of refined leisure. They appear in heraldry, in family crests. This man, or his family, has pretensions to gentility, whether justified or not. Watson set down his teacup and leaned back, watching the rain streak down the windows. "You know," he said thoughtfully, "there's another possibility we haven't considered. Perhaps the umbrella wasn't abandoned at all. Perhaps it was stolen and then discarded when the thief realised it was too distinctive to sell easily." Holmes turned to look at him, and there was approval in those sharp grey eyes. "Excellent, Watson. That is indeed a possibility. Though if it was stolen, why discard it on the embankment? Why not simply leave it in an alley or throw it in the Thames?" "No, I think the embankment placement is significant. It's a public space, visible, frequented. If one wanted the umbrella to be found, that's where one would leave it." "So you think it was left deliberately?" Lestrade asked. "I think Holmes said carefully that we cannot rule it out, though whether it was left by the owner or by someone else, and for what purpose, remains unclear." The conversation lulled for a moment, each man lost in his own thoughts. The rain continued its patient work, and the fire continued its small war against the damp chill that seeped through the old walls of Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson's humming had stopped, but Watson could hear the distant clatter of dishes being washed, the homely sounds of domestic routine carrying on, regardless of mysteries or weather. It occurred to Watson, not for the first time, how strange and pleasant this life was. He had come to Baker Street as a wounded man invalided out of the army, with a Jezail bullet in his shoulder, and no clear idea of what to do with himself. He had expected to be lonely, to feel displaced and purposeless in civilian life. Instead, he had found this. A sitting room that smelled of tobacco and coal smoke, a friend whose mind worked in ways that constantly surprised him, and a steady stream of puzzles that, while often dark, were never dull. Holmes had risen from his chair and was pacing now, the umbrella forgotten for the moment as he worked through the problem in his head. Watson knew the signs, the compressed lips, the distant gaze, the way his hands moved restlessly, as though trying to shape the air into something solid. Lestrade knew them too, and had the good sense to remain quiet, sipping his tea and waiting. "The condition of the umbrella troubles me," Holmes said abruptly. "It's too well maintained. A man who takes such care of his possessions doesn't simply forget them on a bench. And yet, there's no sign of violence, no indication that it was torn from someone's grasp. The fabric isn't torn, the frame isn't bent. It was simply left." "Perhaps the owner was drunk," Lestrade suggested. "Gentleman comes home from his club, the worse for wear, sits down for a moment on the embankment to clear his head, forgets the umbrella when he moves on. A gentleman drunk enough to forget a valuable umbrella would show other signs of his condition," Holmes said. "Stumbling, perhaps, which would mark the handle. Or he might drop it, which would damage the frame. And why sit on the embankment, in this weather? No, Lestrade, I think our man had his wits about him when he left the umbrella, which raises the question, why?" Watson had been watching the rain, letting his mind wander in that peculiar state between attention and reverie that sometimes yielded unexpected insights. Could it be a message? He asked suddenly. A signal to someone? Leave the umbrella here and someone will know something. Holmes stopped pacing and turned to face him. "Watson," he said slowly, "that is actually rather brilliant. Yes, that would explain the location, the care taken with the object. If one wanted to send a signal, a meeting place perhaps, or a confirmation that a message had been received, an umbrella left in a specific location would be ideal. Visible, but not suspicious. Anyone might accidentally leave an umbrella." "Except this man doesn't accidentally leave umbrellas," Lestrade said, catching the thread. "So if he left it deliberately as a signal, then perhaps we're looking at something more interesting than a simple lost property case." "Perhaps," Holmes said, but his tone was cautious. "We must be careful not to construct elaborate theories without evidence. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Still, it's an intriguing possibility." He returned to his chair, picked up the umbrella again, and held it as though it might whisper its secrets if he listened carefully enough. The three men sat in companionable silence for a while, each turning the problem over in his mind. Outside, London went about its business with the weary determination of a city that had seen worse weather and worse troubles. The rain would stop eventually, it always did, and when it did, the streets would steam gently in whatever sunlight managed to break through the clouds, and the flower sellers would emerge from their shelters, and the crossing sweepers would go back to work, and life would continue with that peculiar resilience that cities possess. But for now, in this moment, in this room, 3 men were content to sit by the fire and puzzle over an umbrella. And if this seemed like a small thing, a trivial diversion from more important matters, none of them would have admitted it. Because sometimes Watson reflected the small mysteries were the most satisfying. They could be solved, or at least contemplated, without the weight of tragedy that so often accompanied Holmes's more serious cases. No one had died over this umbrella. No hearts had been broken, no fortunes lost. It was simply a puzzle, pure and clean, and oddly comforting in its inconsequence. "More tea?" Watson asked, breaking the silence. "Please," Lestrade said gratefully. Holmes didn't answer, lost in his own thoughts, turning the umbrella slowly in his hands as the rain fell and the fire burned and the afternoon drew slowly on toward evening. And somewhere in London, J.H.M., whoever he might be, was perhaps wondering where his umbrella had gone, or perhaps smiling to himself, knowing exactly where it was and why. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 1 o'clock, its gentle notes barely audible above the steady percussion of rain against the windows. The sound seemed to rouse Holmes from his contemplation, and he looked up with the slightly disoriented expression of a man returning from a long journey, though he had moved no farther than the confines of his own mind. "Mrs. Hudson!" He called, his voice carrying down the stairs with the particular tone he used when he wanted something but was pretending he didn't particularly care whether he got it or not. "Mrs. Hudson, might we impose upon you for some lunch? I suspect Inspector Lestrade will be with us for some time yet, and Watson has that look he gets when he thinks I should eat something." "I do not have a look," Watson protested, though he was smiling. "You absolutely have a look," Lestrade said, warming to the subject with the enthusiasm of a man who had spent enough time at Baker Street to recognise its patterns. "It's the same look my wife gets when she thinks I'm working too hard. Very solicitous, very doctorly." "I am a doctor," Watson pointed out. "Which explains the look," Holmes said, settling back in his chair with the umbrella still balanced across his knees, as though he couldn't quite bear to let it out of his sight. "But yes, Mrs. Hudson, if it's not too much trouble, something simple will do." Mrs. Hudson appeared at the door with remarkable speed, suggesting she had been waiting for just such a request. "I've taken the liberty of preparing sandwiches," she said, with the air of someone who had long since learned to anticipate the needs of her eccentric tenants. "And there's seed cake, if anyone has room for it. I'll bring it up directly." She vanished again, her footsteps a familiar rhythm on the stairs, and Watson found himself feeling a surge of affection for the woman. Mrs. Hudson had a gift for managing homes that Watson himself had never quite mastered. She treated the detective with a mixture of maternal indulgence and firm practicality that somehow kept him fed, clothed, and relatively civilized despite his best efforts to the contrary. The sandwiches, when they arrived, were simple but excellent. Thin-cut ham with mustard, cucumber with butter, and egg and cress, the bread fresh from the baker that morning. Mrs. Hudson had also brought a proper tea service, with a pot of steaming Earl Grey, and the good china that she usually reserved for clients rather than friends. The seed cake sat on a separate plate, golden and studded with caraway, releasing a warm, spicy scent that mingled pleasantly with the smell of coal smoke and rain. "Mrs. Hudson, you are a treasure," Lestrade said with genuine feeling, accepting a sandwich with the enthusiasm of a man who had left for work that morning without breakfast, and was only now realising how hungry he was. "I know it," she said briskly, pouring tea with practised efficiency, "though I don't hear it often enough. Mr. Holmes, you will eat at least 2 sandwiches, or I shall know the reason why." "2 sandwiches," Holmes said, as though she had asked him to consume an entire roast. "Mrs. Hudson, I am not a labourer. I am a thinking machine. I require fuel for the mind, not the body." "The mind lives in the body, Mr. Holmes," she said tartly, "and if the body wastes away to nothing, the mind goes with it. 2 sandwiches. I shall be checking." She departed, leaving no room for argument, and Holmes sighed the sigh of a man much put upon, but secretly rather pleased about it. He took a sandwich, cucumber, Watson noted, and bit into it with an expression that suggested he was performing a great service to humanity by doing so. For a few minutes, they ate in companionable silence, the rain providing a soothing backdrop. Watson had not realised how hungry he was until he tasted the first sandwich, and he found himself eating with more enthusiasm than elegance. Lestrade, similarly, made quick work of his portion, and even Holmes managed to consume his mandated 2 sandwiches, though he did so with the air of someone fulfilling an obligation rather than enjoying a meal. The food seemed to settle something in the room, transforming it from a place of intellectual inquiry into something more domestic, more comfortable. Watson poured fresh tea for everyone, noting with satisfaction that some colour had returned to Lestrade's face, and that even Holmes looked slightly less gaunt than he had that morning. So Watson said once the immediate hunger had been addressed, and they had all settled back with their teacups, let us return to our mysterious J.H.M. We've established that he's a man of means, probably professional class, with pretensions to gentility. He commissioned this umbrella 5 or 6 years ago, and has cared for it well. He doesn't walk extensively, suggesting he owns a carriage or regularly takes cabs, and he may have left the umbrella on the embankment deliberately as some form of signal. Have I summarised correctly? Admirably, Holmes said. Though we should add one more detail that I noticed while we were eating. Look here, Watson, at the inside of the handle. He tilted the umbrella so Watson could see. There's a faint discoloration barely visible, and if you smell it, he held it toward Watson's face. Watson inhaled cautiously, then more deeply. Tobacco, he said, but not pipe tobacco. Cigars, I think. Something expensive with a sweet undertone. Precisely, Holmes said, looking pleased. Our man is a cigar smoker, and not just any cigars. These are quality. Tobacco, Cuban most likely, based on that particular sweetness. That narrows our field considerably. Cigar smoking at that level of quality suggests either considerable wealth or a very specific set of priorities. A man might smoke cheap tobacco if money is tight, but he doesn't skimp on cigars if cigars are his vice. Lestrade had been listening intently, his sharp features arranged in an expression of concentration. So we're looking for a wealthy professional man, probably with family pretensions, that Greyhound suggests old money or the desire to appear to have it, who smokes expensive cigars and commissioned a bespoke umbrella 6 years ago. The initials are J.H.M. Surely that's enough to identify him. One would think, Holmes said dryly. And yet, Lestrade, I suspect if you went back to Scotland Yard and began compiling a list of men matching that description in London alone, you would find yourself with dozens, if not hundreds, of names. Wealthy professional men who smoke cigars are not exactly rare in this city. We need something more specific. Watson had been turning the problem over in his mind, approaching it from a different angle. What about the Greyhound? He asked. You said it might be from a family crest. If we could identify the family, we might be able to narrow down the possibilities. A sound thought, Holmes acknowledged. Though researching heraldry would take time, and there's no guarantee the Greyhound is from a family crest at all. It might simply be a design the owner fancied. Still, it's worth considering. The rain had intensified again, drumming against the windows with renewed vigour, and the sky beyond had darkened to the colour of old pewter. The afternoon was wearing on, though one would hardly know it from the light, or lack thereof. The gas lamps along Baker Street would need to be lit soon, Watson thought, and the lamplighters would make their rounds, those unsung heroes who kept the city visible after dark. Victorian London ran on routines, on the labour of thousands of people whose names would never appear in newspapers or history books. The lamplighters and the crossing sweepers, the dustmen and the rag pickers, the flower sellers and the match girls. These were the people who kept the great machine of the city functioning, who made it possible for gentlemen to walk clean streets and see where they were going and buy posies for their wives. Their labour was invisible until it stopped, and then suddenly the city would realise how much it depended on these anonymous thousands. Holmes, Watson reflected, had a complicated relationship with these hierarchies. On one hand, he was himself a gentleman, educated at university, moving in circles that included doctors and lawyers and occasionally even nobility. On the other hand, his work brought him into constant contact with every level of society, from the drawing rooms of Belgravia to the opium dens of Limehouse. He treated everyone with the same analytical detachment, whether they were duchesses or dock workers. It was a kind of democracy of the mind. Everyone was equally interesting or equally tedious, depending on the puzzle they presented. "I've been thinking," Lestrade said, breaking the contemplative silence, "about why someone would leave such a valuable item on a public bench. If it was a signal, as Dr. Watson suggested, then presumably someone was meant to collect it. But it wasn't collected. It was brought to the yard by a constable, which means either the signal failed or he paused, working through the logic. Or it wasn't meant to be collected at all," Holmes finished. "Yes, I've been considering that as well. What if the umbrella itself isn't the message? What if its presence in a specific location is the message, 'I have been here perhaps. I have done what we agreed.' That would explain why no one came to retrieve it." "But then why use such an expensive umbrella?" Watson asked. "Why not leave something cheaper, something one wouldn't mind losing?" Because Holmes said slowly, his eyes taking on that distant look, that meant he was working through a theory even as he spoke it. The expense is part of the message. It demonstrates commitment perhaps, or it proves identity. Anyone can leave a cheap umbrella, but only JHM can leave this particular umbrella. It's a form of authentication. "That's rather elaborate," Lestrade said doubtfully. "Seems like there would be easier ways to send a message true Holmes acknowledged, which is why I'm not entirely convinced that's what's happening here. It's merely one possibility among several. We mustn't fall into the trap of becoming too attached to a single theory." Watson had taken out his notebook again and was jotting down the various possibilities they had discussed. He found that writing things down helped him think, helped him see patterns and connections that might otherwise remain obscure. It was one of the things that made him useful to Holmes, he thought. Not that he could match the detective's deductive brilliance, but that he could organise and record, could see the investigation as a narrative with beginning, middle, and hopefully end. "Let's approach this differently," Watson said, tapping his pencil against the page. "Instead of speculating about JHM's intentions, let's consider the umbrella's journey. It was commissioned 6 years ago, has been well maintained and regularly, but not constantly used. At some point, we don't know when, it ended up on a bench on the embankment, where it was found by a constable and brought to Scotland Yard. That's what we know for certain. Everything else is conjecture." "Very good, Watson," Holmes said, and there was that note of approval again that Watson found embarrassingly gratifying. "Yes, let's stick to what we can observe and prove. The umbrella tells us about its owner, but it doesn't tell us how it came to be abandoned. For that, we would need witnesses, or the owner himself." "I could make inquiries," Lestrade offered. "Check with the constable who found it. See if anyone reported a lost umbrella matching this description. Check the club list, maybe, for members with those initials who are known cigar smokers." "You could," Holmes said, "though I wonder if that's necessary. After all, this is hardly a case in the traditional sense. No crime has been committed. No one is in danger. It's simply a lost umbrella, interesting for its own sake, but hardly urgent." "You're saying we should just enjoy the puzzle?" Watson asked, smiling slightly. "Why not?" Holmes replied. "Not every mystery needs to be solved immediately, Watson. Some are better savoured, turned over slowly, examined from all angles besides." He glanced toward the window where the rain showed no signs of stopping. "It's not as though we have anywhere else to be." Lestrade chuckled. "I do, eventually. The wife will be expecting me for dinner, but I suppose I can stay a bit longer. The rain's not letting up anyway, and I'm finally starting to feel warm again." The fire crackled in agreement, and someone, Watson couldn't remember who, cut slices of the seed cake, which proved to be as excellent as it smelled. The afternoon settled around them like a comfortable blanket, and the umbrella lay across Holmes's knees, its mystery still intact but somehow less pressing, less urgent. They had time. They had warmth and tea and good company. And somewhere in London, in the rain-soaked streets and fog-bound alleys, the answer to the puzzle was waiting. but it could wait a little longer. Mrs. Hudson appeared to clear the tea things, surveying the empty plates with satisfaction. "I see someone found his appetite after all," she said, with a pointed look at Holmes. "The sandwiches were adequate," Holmes said, which was as close to a compliment as Mrs. Hudson was likely to get. "Adequate," she repeated, shaking her head with fond exasperation. "Well, I suppose adequate will have to do." She gathered the dishes and departed, leaving the three men to their contemplation, their companionship, and their mysterious umbrella with its elegant greyhound handle and its enigmatic initials that promised, if not answers, then at least the pleasure of asking questions. The afternoon had deepened into that peculiar twilight that rainy days produce, where it becomes impossible to say whether it is 3 o'clock or 6, whether one should light the lamps or wait a bit longer. The light that filtered through the windows of 221B Baker Street had taken on a bruised purple quality, and the gas lamps along the street below had begun to glow with their soft yellow radiance, creating small pools of warmth in the gathering gloom. Watson had just returned from the window where he had been watching the rain and the intermittent traffic. A coal wagon rumbling past its driver hunched miserably under a tarpaulin. A private brougham with its curtains drawn against the weather, a lone pedestrian struggling with an umbrella that the wind seemed determined to turn inside out, when he heard the sound that made Holmes sit up with an expression somewhere between pleasure and resignation. It was the sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs, accompanied by a certain laboured breathing that spoke of a large man unaccustomed to exercise and disinclined to hurry even when circumstances might warrant it. The footsteps were measured deliberate and somehow authoritative, as though the very stairs ought to recognise the importance of the person ascending them. Mycroft Holmes said simply, and there was in that single word a complex mixture of affection, exasperation, and something that might have been respect, though. With the Holmes brothers it was always difficult to tell. Your brother Lestrade asked, straightening slightly in his chair and instinctively checking his appearance as one might do before meeting someone of consequence. In the flesh, Holmes said, which is to say, rather a lot of flesh. Do not under any circumstances comment on this fact. Mycroft is sensitive about his weight, though he does nothing whatsoever to address it. The door opened, and Mycroft Holmes entered the room like a ship entering harbour. Slowly, carefully, taking up considerably more space than seemed strictly necessary. He was a large man, not merely tall but broad, with a kind of corpulence that spoke of years spent sitting in comfortable chairs, thinking profound thoughts, and consuming meals prepared by people who understood the importance of butter. His face was round and moon-like, with the same sharp grey eyes as his younger brother, but set in features that suggested comfort rather than restlessness, satisfaction rather than hunger. He was as wet as Lestrade had been, his overcoat streaming with water, his hat, a silk top hat considerably more expensive than the inspector's bowler, dripping steadily onto Mrs. Hudson's floor. He carried an umbrella, Watson noted with some amusement, though it had clearly done little to protect him from the deluge. He stood in the doorway for a moment, surveying the room and its occupants with the air of a monarch reviewing his troops and finding them slightly disappointing but ultimately acceptable. "Sherlock," he said, his voice deep and unhurried, with an accent that suggested the very best schools and a lifetime of speaking only when one had something worth saying. "Dr. Watson, and Inspector Lestrade, unless I'm much mistaken. How fortuitous. I was hoping to find you here, Sherlock, but I did not expect such distinguished company." "Fortuitous," Holmes repeated dryly. "Mycroft, you have been coming to Baker Street every other Thursday at precisely 4 o'clock for the past 3 years. There is nothing fortuitous about it. It is a habit, and you are, if anything, even more bound by habit than most men." "Routine," Mycroft corrected, moving into the room with the careful grace of a man who must always be conscious of his size and its relationship to furniture. "Routine is what separates civilization from chaos, Sherlock. I would have thought Scotland Yard's finest would appreciate that sentiment." "Indeed I do, Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said, rising to offer his hand. "It's an honour to meet you, sir. I've heard a great deal about you." "Nothing good, I trust," Mycroft said, shaking the offered hand with surprising gentleness. My brother has a habit of exaggerating my importance. I am merely a civil servant, Inspector, pushing papers and drinking tea at the government's expense." This was, Watson knew, perhaps the greatest understatement he had ever heard. Mycroft Holmes was not merely a civil servant. He was, in some ways that were never fully explained and possibly couldn't be, the British government. His official position was vague to the point of invisibility, but his influence extended into every department, every decision, every policy that required someone to think clearly and comprehensively about the national interest. He was a man who saw patterns where others saw only disconnected facts, who could hold the entire machinery of government in his head and understand how all the parts fit together. "Sit down, Mycroft," Holmes said, gesturing to the remaining chair, which Mrs. Hudson, with remarkable prescience, had brought up earlier in the afternoon. "Though I warn you, we are in the middle of investigating a mystery of the utmost insignificance, and you will be expected to contribute." "How delightful," Mycroft said, and the surprising thing was that he sounded sincere. He lowered himself into the chair, which creaked but held, and began the complicated process of removing his wet overcoat. Mrs. Hudson appeared as if summoned by telepathy, her expression upon seeing yet another dripping visitor a masterpiece of restrained exasperation. "Mr. Mycroft Holmes," she said, with the particular emphasis she used when she was deciding whether to be welcoming or scolding. "You'll catch your death coming out in weather like this. As if one wet gentleman wasn't enough for one day. My dear Mrs. Hudson," Mycroft said with a warmth that transformed his face from imposing to almost kind. "You know, I would brave far worse than a bit of rain for the pleasure of your company and your incomparable tea. Speaking of which, I'll bring a fresh pot," she said, already gathering up his sodden coat with the same long-suffering efficiency she had shown with Lestrade's. "And I suppose you'll be wanting some of that seed cake, Mr. Mycroft. I should be devastated if I were denied it," Mycroft said solemnly. Mrs. Hudson departed, shaking her head but smiling, and Mycroft settled himself more comfortably in his chair, his eyes moving with interest between his brother Watson and Lestrade, before finally coming to rest on the umbrella that still lay across Holmes's lap. "Well," he said, "that is rather fine. Not yours, Sherlock, obviously. You have appalling taste in accessories. Nor Dr. Watson's, I think, though I can see he appreciates quality when he encounters it." Inspector Lestrade's no. The style is wrong. Too refined, too expensive. "So this is your mystery of the utmost insignificance. Do tell." Holmes Watson noticed, looked both pleased and annoyed. Pleased that his brother had immediately grasped the situation, annoyed that he had done so with such little apparent effort. It was the eternal dynamic between them, the younger brother's brilliance constantly measured against the elder brother's genius, and neither one entirely comfortable with where the comparison led. The umbrella was found on the embankment, Holmes said, abandoned on a bench. It bears the initials JHM, and is clearly the possession of a man of means and taste. We have been attempting to deduce something of the owner's character and circumstances from the object itself. "How very like you," Mycroft said, reaching for the umbrella with surprising delicacy for a man with such large hands. He examined it with the same careful attention his brother had shown, though his approach was different. Less theatrical, more methodical, like a scholar examining a manuscript rather than a detective examining evidence. The rain continued its assault on London, and the light continued to fail, and Mrs. Hudson returned with fresh tea and cake, fussing over Mycroft with the particular combination of sternness and affection she reserved for men she had known long enough to have given up trying to change. The room felt fuller now, crowded in a way that was somehow pleasant rather than oppressive, as though the addition of Mycroft's considerable presence had reached some critical mass of companionship that transformed the space into something more than the sum of its parts. Victorian England had a complicated relationship with family. On one hand, family was everything, the basic unit of society, the source of one's identity and position, the mechanism through which property and propriety were transmitted from one generation to the next. On the other hand, families were often deeply dysfunctional, riven by conflicts over money and inheritance, distorted by the particular pressures of class and expectation. Brothers might be close or distant, affectionate or competitive, and sometimes all of these things at once. The Holmes brothers were a case study in fraternal complexity. They were clearly fond of each other, in their own peculiar way, but they were also profoundly different men who had chosen profoundly different paths. Sherlock had rejected the conventional route of government service or academia, instead creating his own unique profession as a consulting detective. Mycroft had gone the opposite direction, burrowing so deeply into the machinery of government that he had become, in some essential way, indispensable to it. They met regularly but not frequently, maintained their connection, but did not intrude upon each other's lives, and engaged in a constant, mostly friendly competition of intellects that neither could quite win. "Interesting," Mycroft murmured, turning the umbrella slowly in his hands. "Very interesting indeed. You've noted the ivory handle, naturally. The greyhound, the engraving, the quality of construction. What else?" "The wear pattern suggests a man who carries it regularly but doesn't open it frequently," Holmes said with the air of a student reciting lessons. "The tobacco smell. Expensive cigars, Cuban most likely. The age of the engraving suggests it was made 5 or 6 years ago. The overall style suggests a professional man, probably with family pretensions, certainly with means. All perfectly correct," Mycroft said, as far as it goes. "But you've missed something rather important, Sherlock." He held the umbrella up to the light, angling it so they could all see. "Look at the ferrule, the metal tip at the bottom. What do you notice?" Watson leaned forward, squinting at the indicated spot. The ferrule was steel, pointed, worn smooth by use. He couldn't see anything particularly remarkable about it. "It's scratched," Holmes said slowly. "More than one would expect from normal use, as though it had been used to." He stopped, his eyes widening slightly. "To dig, or pry. This umbrella has been used as a tool, Mycroft. Not merely an accessory, precisely," Mycroft said, looking pleased, "which tells us what about our man? That he's practical." Lestrade ventured, not precious about his possessions despite their quality. "Someone who believes in using what he has to hand," good Inspector Mycroft said. "Though I would add one more thing. The nature of the scratches, see here and here, suggests fairly recent use. This umbrella has been employed as a tool within the last few weeks, I should say. Whatever JHM used it for, he did so fairly recently and with enough force to leave marks." Holmes was studying his brother with an expression that mixed admiration with irritation. "You're showing off," he said. "Of course I am," Mycroft replied comfortably. "It's what brothers do, is it not? Besides, you've had this umbrella for hours now. It's only fair that I'm allowed to contribute something you missed." "I would have noticed it eventually," Holmes said, with the dignity of a man who knew this was true but wished it had been sooner. "Undoubtedly," Mycroft agreed, in a tone that suggested he was being polite rather than truthful. He set the umbrella carefully across his own considerable lap and accepted a cup of tea from Watson, with a nod of thanks. "So, an umbrella belonging to a wealthy professional man who smokes expensive cigars, commissioned 6 years ago with a greyhound handle suggesting either family pride or pretension, carried regularly, well maintained, but recently used as an impromptu tool for digging or prying, and now abandoned on the embankment. Have I summarised correctly?" "You have," Watson confirmed, consulting his notes. "The question is, why? Why would such a man abandon such an umbrella?" "Ah," Mycroft said, sipping his tea with evident satisfaction. "Now that is the interesting question, isn't it? And I suspect we each have our own theories. Sherlock believes, what? That it was left deliberately as a signal of some kind? That sounds like him, always looking for the dramatic explanation." "It's a possibility," Holmes said defensively. "Dr. Watson suggested it, actually." "Did he?" Mycroft turned to Watson with renewed interest. "Well done, Doctor. That's precisely the sort of lateral thinking my brother needs. He gets so focused on the observable facts that he sometimes misses the human element. But what do you think, Inspector? You've been dealing with lost property longer than any of us. What's your professional opinion?" Lestrade, flattered to be asked, considered the question carefully. "Honestly, sir, in my experience the simplest explanation is usually correct. Man sits down on a bench, sets his umbrella beside him. gets distracted, maybe reads a newspaper, maybe watches the boats on the river, and then gets up and walks away without it. Happens all the time. Except, Holmes interjected, as we've established, this is not a man who would be so careless with a valuable possession. People are careless with valuable possessions every day, Mr. Holmes, Lestrade countered gently. That's why we have a lost property office. Even the most careful person has moments of distraction. Mycroft was watching this exchange with evident enjoyment, his teacup balanced on his considerable stomach, his eyes moving between the speakers like a spectator at a tennis match. Both excellent points, he said, and both possibly correct. What if our man was distracted by something sufficiently important to make him forget his usual care? What if something happened on that bench that drove all thought of umbrellas from his mind? The room fell quiet at this suggestion, and outside a gust of wind threw rain against the windows with renewed vigour, as though the weather itself wanted to participate in the discussion. Watson found himself thinking about the Embankment, that broad walkway along the Thames where so much of London came to walk and think, and sometimes to meet clandestinely in plain sight, hidden by the very openness of the location. What had happened on that bench? What had J.H.M. seen or learned or experienced that had driven all thought of his expensive umbrella from his mind? And would they ever know the arrival of Mycroft Holmes had shifted something in the room's atmosphere, the way the addition of a final instrument can transform a musical ensemble from pleasant to symphonic? Where there had been 3 men casually puzzling over a mystery, there were now 4 minds, each formidable in its own way, approaching the problem from different angles, and the result was a kind of intellectual electricity that made even the grey afternoon seem brighter. Watson watched the dynamic with the particular pleasure of someone who had witnessed this before, though never quite in this configuration. Holmes and Mycroft together were always fascinating, their brilliance bouncing off each other like light between mirrors, sometimes amplifying and sometimes cancelling out. Add Lestrade's practical experience and Watson's own medical training, and you had something approaching a complete investigative mind, though one dispersed across 4 different bodies. Let us approach this systematically, Mycroft said, settling deeper into his chair with the air of a man preparing for a long session. We have a valuable umbrella well maintained, recently used as a tool abandoned on a public bench. We have initials JHEM and various deductions about the owner's character and circumstances. What we lack is motive. Why would this particular man abandon this particular umbrella at this particular time and place? Perhaps he didn't abandon it at all. Holmes said, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. Perhaps it was taken from him, stolen and then discarded when the thief realised it was too distinctive to sell. I suggested that earlier Watson said with a touch of pride at having his theory taken seriously, though Sherlock pointed out that if it was stolen and discarded, why choose the Embankment? Why not simply throw it in the Thames or leave it in an alley? Because, Lestrade said thoughtfully, the thief wanted it found. Maybe he was making a point. Some kind of message to the owner? Mycroft raised a finger, a gesture so reminiscent of a schoolmaster that Watson half expected him to start writing on an invisible blackboard. That assumes a personal connection between thief and victim, a grudge perhaps. But if one wanted to send a message through stolen property, why an umbrella? Why not something more personal? A watch, perhaps, or a ring? The umbrella is personal, Holmes countered. Look at it. Bespoke handle, custom engraving, 6 years of careful maintenance. This is not a random accessory. This is an object with meaning, with history. Stealing it and leaving it in a public place would be a deliberate insult, a way of saying, I know what you value, and I can take it from you whenever I choose. That's rather dark, Mr. Holmes, Lestrade said, though his expression suggested he found the theory compelling. You're talking about psychological warfare, not simple theft. Is it dark? Holmes asked, or merely honest? People hurt each other in all sorts of ways, Inspector. Physical violence is only the most obvious. The theft of something meaningful, its public abandonment, that's a refined cruelty, something that requires thought and planning. The rain hammered against the windows with renewed intensity, and somewhere in the distance thunder rumbled, a long, low sound like furniture being dragged across the floor of heaven. The lamps along Baker Street had all been lit now, their yellow glow creating small islands of warmth in the gathering darkness, and Mrs. Hudson had come through to light the gas lamps in the sitting room, bathing everything in that particular golden light that made even the shabbiest room seem cosy. Watson found himself thinking about Victorian cruelty, about the 1,000 small ways that people found to wound each other in a society that placed such emphasis on appearances and propriety. You couldn't strike someone in the street without consequences, but you could destroy their reputation with a well-placed rumour. You couldn't steal their fortune directly, but you could bankrupt them through legal manoeuvring that was perfectly acceptable. The upper classes had refined cruelty to an art form, making it subtle, deniable, devastating. "I prefer my original theory," Mycroft said, breaking Watson's reverie. "Something happened that distracted our man so completely that he forgot his umbrella. The question is, what could distract a careful, methodical person? Remember, he's maintained this umbrella for 6 years, to that degree." "Bad news," Watson suggested. "A telegram or letter containing information that drove everything else from his mind." "Possible," Mycroft acknowledged. "Though if he was on the embankment reading correspondence, where is the letter? The telegram? Did he take those but forget the umbrella? That seems selective." "Perhaps he saw something," Lestrade offered. "Something in the river, or on the opposite bank. Something shocking enough to make him jump up and hurry away without thinking." Holmes was pacing now, unable to sit still while his mind worked through the possibilities. He moved with that peculiar grace that tall, thin men sometimes develop, as though his bones were held together by wire rather than sinew. "A person in distress," he said. "Someone drowning, perhaps. He uses the umbrella to try to help, which would explain the recent scratches on the ferrule, then abandons it in the urgency of the moment. Now that Watson said warming to the idea is a theory I can believe, a man of conscience sees someone in trouble acts without thinking, and in the aftermath forgets all about his umbrella. It's human, it's believable, it's sentimental," Mycroft said not unkindly, "which doesn't make it wrong, merely optimistic. I think we need to consider less pleasant possibilities as well. What if our JHM was meeting someone on that bench? Someone he didn't want to meet, perhaps. Someone who made him uncomfortable enough that he left in a hurry, forgetting his umbrella in his haste to escape." Blackmail, Lestrade said immediately. "That would explain everything. Gentleman goes to meet his blackmailer, they have their discussion, he's so upset afterward that he forgets his umbrella. I've seen it happen before. People in distress forget all sorts of things. Last year we had a banker who left his entire briefcase on a park bench after meeting with someone who was threatening to expose him." The 4 men sat in silence for a moment, each considering this theory and its implications. The fire crackled, sending up sparks that glowed briefly before dying, and the rain continued its patient work of turning London into a city of reflections and shadows. Outside, Watson could hear the sounds of the city at evening, the clip-clop of horses, the rumble of omnibuses, the distant cry of a street vendor selling roasted chestnuts, his voice barely audible above the rain. London in the evening was a different creature than London during the day. The respectable withdrew to their homes and clubs, and the streets were left to those who worked at night. The theatre crowds and the criminals, the prostitutes and the policemen, the late working clerks and the early rising bakers. It was a city of gaslight and shadow, where anything might happen and frequently did, where fortunes were made and lost, where lives intersected briefly and then diverged, like particles in some vast Brownian motion that only became apparent when viewed from a great height. "I dislike the blackmail theory," Holmes said abruptly. "It's too neat, too conventional. Blackmail is drearily common, Lestrade. If I wanted to construct a boring explanation for every mystery, I should simply assume blackmail and be done with it." "Just because something is common doesn't make it untrue," Lestrade pointed out, with the patience of a man who had spent years dealing with Holmes's particular brand of intellectual snobbery. "Sometimes the boring explanation is the correct one." "Then what would be the point of having a mind?" Holmes demanded. "If we're simply going to default to the most obvious explanation, we might as well be clerks, stamping forms and filing papers. Where's the art in that? Where's the satisfaction?" The satisfaction, Mycroft said mildly, is in being correct. Though I take your point, Sherlock. The blackmail theory is serviceable but uninspired. What else do we have? Watson had been sketching idly in his notebook, not drawing anything in particular, just letting his pen move while his mind worked. Sometimes he found that his hand knew things his conscious mind hadn't quite grasped yet. What if, he said slowly, what if the umbrella is less important than we think? What if it's simply lost property, nothing more, and we're constructing elaborate theories around what is fundamentally a mundane event? That, Holmes said, is depressingly sensible, Watson. And you may well be right. But where's the fun in that? Fun? Lestrade repeated, shaking his head with amusement. Here I am, a police inspector, and you gentlemen are treating this like an intellectual game. I should be scandalised. But you're not, Mycroft observed, because you're enjoying yourself as much as we are. Admit it, Inspector. When was the last time you sat by a warm fire on a rainy afternoon, drinking excellent tea and discussing theories about an umbrella? When was the last time your work felt more like pleasure than duty? Lestrade's thin face broke into a grin. You've got me there, Mr. Holmes. I can't remember the last time, honestly. Usually I'm wading through some sordid mess. A body in an alley, a robbery gone wrong, domestic violence that ended with someone dead. This is rather nice, actually. A mystery with no stakes, no consequences, no tragedy at its heart. Just an umbrella and some interesting questions. Precisely, Holmes said, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. This is what detection should be. Lestrade, the pure pleasure of solving a puzzle. Not the grim necessity of hunting murderers, though, that has its place. But this is detection as an art form, as an intellectual exercise. This is what I live for. Watson made a note of that sentiment, thinking it might be useful for one of his chronicles. Holmes so rarely articulated his philosophy so clearly, so directly. Usually his ideas had to be extracted from his behaviour, inferred from his actions, but here he was actually explaining himself. It was a gift in its way. The conversation drifted for a while, moving from the specific case of the umbrella to more general discussions of methodology and approach. Mycroft expounded on the importance of seeing patterns in seemingly unconnected data. His particular genius, Watson gathered, lay in being able to hold vast quantities of information in his mind and perceive the connections between them. Holmes countered with his own philosophy of focused observation, of paying attention to the small details that others overlooked. Lestrade spoke about the practical realities of police work, about the importance of procedure and documentation, about how most crimes were solved through patient legwork rather than brilliant deduction. Watson listened more than he spoke, taking mental notes, occasionally interjecting a question or observation. He had learned over his years with Holmes that sometimes the most valuable contribution one could make to an investigation was simply to be present, to provide an audience, to ask the right questions at the right time. He was the chronicler, the witness, the person who made sure that brilliant insights didn't simply evaporate into thin air, but were captured, preserved, made useful. Let me propose another theory, Mycroft said, reaching for another slice of seed cake with the air of a man who had never met a cake he didn't like. What if JHM left the umbrella deliberately, not as a signal, but as a, shall we say, donation? What if he's a man of means who no longer needs or wants this particular umbrella, and rather than discarding it or giving it to a servant, he leaves it in a public place where someone who needs it might find it? That's remarkably charitable, Holmes said sceptically, and remarkably unlikely. Why engrave your initials on something you plan to give away? The initials might predate the decision, Mycroft countered. The umbrella was made 6 years ago, as you noted. Perhaps circumstances have changed. Perhaps JHM is moving abroad, or downsizing his possessions, or simply engaged in the kind of spring cleaning that sometimes seizes people in middle age. Rather than throw away a perfectly good umbrella, he leaves it where someone else might benefit from it. On a rainy day, Watson added, warming to the idea, when someone would genuinely need it. That's rather elegant, actually. It's mawkish, Holmes said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. You're attributing nobility to someone we've never met based on nothing but wishful thinking. And you're attributing drama to the situation based on your preference for interesting crimes, Mycroft shot back. We're both projecting, Sherlock. That's what humans do. We tell stories about the world, and those stories say as much about us as they do about the world itself. This observation seemed to settle over the room like dust, making everyone slightly uncomfortable in the way that uncomfortably accurate statements tend to do. Watson found himself thinking about the stories he told, the chronicles he wrote about Holmes's cases, and wondering how much of them was accurate observation, and how much was simply the narrative he wanted to tell, the hero he wanted Holmes to be. The rain had softened again, returning to that steady, patient patter that suggested it had no intention of stopping anytime soon. The fire needed tending, and Watson rose to add more coal, using the tongs with the careful precision of someone who had learned through experience that coal fires required respect. The fresh coal sent up a shower of sparks, and the room glowed warmer, brighter, more alive. "We're no closer to answering the question," Lestrade observed, though he didn't sound particularly distressed about it. "We have a dozen theories and no way to test them. Unless we find JHM himself, we'll never know the truth." "Perhaps that's acceptable," Watson said. "Perhaps some mysteries are better left unsolved, enjoyed for their own sake rather than for their resolution." Holmes looked at him with an expression that managed to convey both horror and reluctant respect. "Watson," he said, "that is possibly the most frustrating thing you've ever said to me. And you've said some remarkably frustrating things over the years." Watson grinned. "I try my best." The debate continued, theories multiplying like rabbits, each more elaborate than the last, until even Holmes had to admit they were simply enjoying the sound of their own voices. And perhaps that was the point. Not to solve the mystery, but to savour it. To let it be an excuse for good conversation and better company on a rainy afternoon that might otherwise have been dreary and dull. The clock on the mantelpiece had just chimed 6 when they heard the knock at the door. Not Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread, but a different rhythm entirely, hesitant and apologetic, the sound of someone who wasn't entirely sure they should be there at all. The four men looked at each other with varying expressions, Holmes with sudden alertness, Mycroft with mild curiosity, Lestrade with professional interest, and Watson with the pleased anticipation of someone who sensed that their story was about to acquire an ending. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, speaking to someone in tones too low to make out the words, and then her footsteps on the stairs, accompanied by a second, lighter tread. She appeared in the doorway with an expression that suggested she had seen many strange things in her years at Baker Street, but this particular strangeness was new. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Holmes," she said, "but there's a young lady here asking after a lost umbrella. Says she saw the inspector carrying it earlier and followed him here. I've told her it's most irregular, calling at a gentleman's rooms at this hour, but she's quite insistent." "A young lady?" Holmes said, sitting up with renewed interest. "Well, this is unexpected. Show her in, Mrs. Hudson, show her in." The young woman who entered was perhaps 30, dressed in mourning clothes that had seen better days, the kind of black that had faded slightly to grey, the kind of dress that spoke of genuine grief rather than fashionable bereavement. She was slender, with dark hair pinned severely back from a pale face, and she carried herself with the peculiar combination of determination and uncertainty that Watson recognised from his medical practice. The expression of someone who had decided on a difficult course of action, but was already wondering if they'd made a terrible mistake. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice soft but steady, "I'm terribly sorry to intrude. I know it's irregular, but I saw the inspector," she nodded toward Lestrade, "carrying my father's umbrella this afternoon, and I had to know. I had to know if you'd found him, if he was all right." The room had gone very quiet. Even Holmes, usually so ready with observations and deductions, seemed momentarily at a loss. It was Mycroft who rose first, with considerable effort and surprising grace, and offered the young woman his chair. "Please," he said gently, "sit down, my dear. You look exhausted. Mrs. Hudson, might we have some tea? And perhaps something stronger, if the lady would like it." "I'm fine. the young woman said, though she wasn't. Watson's medical eye caught the tremor in her hands, the shadows under her eyes that spoke of sleepless nights. I just need to know about my father. The umbrella. His umbrella with the greyhound handle. You have it, don't you? That means you found him. That means he's... She trailed off, unable or unwilling to finish the sentence. Lestrade had risen as well, his thin face creased with concern. "Miss," he said carefully, "I'm Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. This umbrella was found abandoned on the embankment 2 days ago. I'm afraid we haven't found its owner. We didn't even know we were looking for anyone until just now. Please, tell us what's happened. Tell us about your father." The young woman, she hadn't given her name, Watson realised, sank into the offered chair as though her legs could no longer support her. She stared at the umbrella still lying across Holmes's lap, and her expression was such a mixture of hope and despair that Watson felt his heart constrict. "His name is James Harold Mackenzie," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "JHM, he's a solicitor, or was. He's 63 years old, and he's not been well, gentlemen, not in his mind. The doctors call it melancholia, but it's more than that. It's as though some light has gone out inside him, and nothing we do can rekindle it." Watson exchanged glances with Holmes. Melancholia? What physicians were beginning to understand as depression, though the terminology was still uncertain, the understanding still incomplete. It was a genuine illness, he knew, as real as pneumonia or tuberculosis, but society treated it with suspicion, as though sadness were a moral failing rather than a medical condition. "He's been missing for 3 days, Miss Mackenzie continued, her hands twisting in her lap. "He went out for a walk, he often does, says it helps clear his head, and he never came home. I've been to the police, to the hospitals, to the morgues. I've walked the streets until my feet bled, and then today I saw the inspector carrying father's umbrella, and I thought..." She stopped, taking a shaky breath. "I thought perhaps you'd found him. Perhaps he was in hospital somewhere, unable to tell them who he was. Perhaps there was still hope." The room had taken on a quality of stillness that was almost sacred. This was no longer an intellectual puzzle, no longer a pleasant diversion on a rainy afternoon. This was real. A real man. Lost in London, struggling with demons invisible to everyone but himself, and his daughter, desperate and frightened, looking to them for answers they didn't have. Holmes had gone very still, his sharp features softened by something that might have been compassion, or might simply have been the recognition that he had been treating a human tragedy as an abstract problem. When he spoke, his voice was gentler than Watson had heard it in some time. "Miss Mackenzie," he said, "I apologise. We've been sitting here theorising about your father's umbrella, as though it were nothing more than an interesting puzzle. We didn't know. We should have known, but we didn't. Tell us everything you can about your father, his habits, his state of mind, where he might go. Inspector Lestrade, I assume you'll want to organise a proper search." "Already thinking about it, Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said, his professional manner reasserting itself. "Miss Mackenzie, has your father ever gone missing before? Does he have any particular places he favours? Friends he might have gone to?" Miss Mackenzie shook her head slowly. "He has no close friends anymore." The melancholia drove them away, or he drove them away, I'm not sure which. As for places, she paused, thinking. He loved the river. He'd walk along the embankment for hours just watching the water, said it calmed him. But lately, her voice broke slightly. Lately he'd been talking about the river differently, as though it were calling to him, as though it offered rest. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. He knew what she was implying, what she was afraid of. The Thames had claimed many victims over the years, some accidentally, some deliberately. The river was impartial, accepting whoever came to it, holding them in its cold embrace until the tide or the river police brought them back to land. "The ferrule!" Mycroft said suddenly, his deep voice cutting through the heavy atmosphere. "Sherlock, the scratches on the ferrule. What if they're not from digging or prying at all? What if they're from scraping against stone? The parapet of the embankment, perhaps?" Holmes's eyes widened slightly. "My God," he said softly. "You're right. The pattern of the scratches, they're consistent with repeated scraping against rough stone, not with digging into earth. Miss Mackenzie, did your father use his umbrella as a walking stick? Did he lean on it?" "Sometimes," she said, confused by the question. "When he was tired or when his leg bothered him. He had an old injury from a riding accident. But I don't understand. What does this have to do with finding him?" "Everything," Holmes said, standing abruptly, the umbrella clutched in his hand. "Inspector, we need to search the embankment immediately. Not the water. At least not yet. The alcoves, the recesses, the places where someone might take shelter. Miss Mackenzie, your father was on the embankment 2 days ago. The umbrella tells us that much. He was using it to steady himself, leaning on it heavily enough to scratch the ferrule. That suggests exhaustion, possibly illness. And then he left it behind. Why?" "Because he didn't need it anymore," Watson said, understanding dawning. "Because he'd found somewhere to stop, somewhere to rest. Or somewhere to hide," Lestrade added, already moving toward the door. "There are dozens of alcoves and recesses along the embankment, spaces under the bridges, places where the homeless take shelter. If Mr. Mackenzie was in a disturbed state of mind, if he wanted to be alone—" "He might have gone to ground," Holmes finished. "Miss Mackenzie, has your father any money with him? Anything valuable?" "Just a few pounds," she said, rising from the chair with sudden hope lighting her pale face. "He never carries much. Gentlemen, do you really think? Could he still be alive? Could he really be there?" "I don't know," Holmes said, and there was a brutal honesty in his voice that Watson both admired and winced at. "But we're going to find out. Mycroft, I assume you're staying here?" "I'm rather large for scrambling about in the rain," Mycroft admitted. "But I can make some inquiries from here. The river police, the hospitals. Mrs. Hudson will assist me with telegrams. Go, Sherlock, quickly." The next few minutes were a flurry of activity. Coats grabbed, hats jammed on heads, Miss Mackenzie insisting she would come with them despite their protests. Mrs. Hudson appeared with umbrellas. Not the mysterious one, but practical serviceable umbrellas from the stand by the door. And then they were out in the rain, which had softened to a persistent drizzle but was still wet enough to be thoroughly miserable. Baker Street was dark except for the gas lamps, their light creating pools of yellow radiance that reflected off the wet cobblestones in a way that might have been beautiful if Watson had had any attention to spare for aesthetics. Lestrade flagged down a cab, his authority as a police inspector making the driver willing to venture out despite the weather, and they piled in, 4 people where there should have been 3, pressed together in the confined space. The journey to the embankment took perhaps 15 minutes, though it felt longer, time stretching out in that peculiar way it does when one is anxious and hoping and trying not to hope too much. Miss Mackenzie sat rigid, her hands clasped in her lap, her eyes fixed on nothing. Watson wanted to offer comfort but didn't know what to say. Everything he could think of sounded hollow, useless, the verbal equivalent of patting someone's hand and telling them everything would be all right when you had no idea if it would be. Holmes was muttering to himself, working through the problem aloud in that way he sometimes did when he was thinking intensely. Melancholia, he was saying, exhaustion, the river, the umbrella abandoned. He was there 2 days ago, possibly longer. The scratches are recent. He was leaning on it heavily, tired, so very tired. Where would a tired man go? Where would he feel safe? The cab deposited them at the embankment near Westminster Bridge, and Lestrade immediately took charge, his policeman's training asserting itself. "Mr. Holmes, you take the western section toward Charing Cross. Dr. Watson, go with Miss Mackenzie. Don't let her out of your sight, and search the areas under Westminster Bridge. I'll take the eastern section and alert any constables I find. We're looking for a man, 63 grey hair, probably in a dark coat, possibly in distress. Check everywhere. Under the arches, in the alcoves, anywhere someone might take shelter." They separated, Watson offering his arm to Miss Mackenzie, who took it gratefully. The rain had made the stone walkway slippery, treacherous in the dark, and Watson found himself grateful for his army training. He'd navigated worse terrain in worse conditions, though admittedly without a frightened young woman depending on him. The embankment at night was a different world from the embankment during the day. The great river churned past, invisible in the darkness except for the occasional glint of reflected lamplight and the sound of it. That constant susurrus of water moving against stone was somehow both soothing and ominous. Watson could see why someone in Mackenzie's state of mind might be drawn here, might find in the river's patient flow a kind of answer to questions that couldn't be asked in words. They searched systematically, Watson calling out, "Mr. Mackenzie! James Mackenzie!" while Miss Mackenzie simply called, "Father! Father, please!" her voice breaking on the words. They checked under the bridge, shining Watson's small lantern into the shadows, finding nothing but empty bottles and the detritus of city life. They checked the alcoves set into the wall, the small recesses where benches had been placed for the convenience of pedestrians, finding them empty except for one that held a sleeping drunk who cursed at them for disturbing him. Watson was beginning to lose hope. They'd been searching for nearly half an hour with no sign of anyone matching Mackenzie's description, when he heard Holmes's voice calling from some distance away. "Watson! Miss Mackenzie! Here! Quickly!" They ran, or as close to running as the slippery stones would allow, following Holmes's voice to a section of the embankment where the wall curved slightly inward, creating a space that was sheltered from the rain and partially hidden from view. And there, huddled in the corner like a child seeking comfort, was a man who could only be James Harold Mackenzie. He was exactly as his daughter had described, grey-haired, distinguished even in his dishevelment, wearing a dark coat that was soaked through. He was conscious, but barely responsive, his eyes open but unfocused, staring at nothing. There was an empty bottle beside him, gin, Watson noted with his physician's eye, and he was shivering violently, his body's last defence against the cold and damp that had been slowly killing him for the past 2 days. "Father!" Miss Mackenzie cried, falling to her knees beside him, her hands going to his face. "Father, it's me! It's Sarah, can you hear me? Father, please!" Mackenzie's eyes moved slowly, as though tracking something underwater, and focused on his daughter with obvious effort. "Sarah," he said, his voice rough and uncertain. "Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't any more. It was too heavy to carry." "I know," she said, tears streaming down her face. "I know, Father. But you don't have to carry it alone. Come home. Please, come home." Watson had already moved into action, his medical training taking over. He checked Mackenzie's pulse, weak but steady, and his breathing, shallow but regular. The man was hypothermic, dehydrated, probably hadn't eaten in days, but he was alive. Against all odds, despite 2 days exposed to the elements in October, James Harold Mackenzie was alive. "We need to get him warm," Watson said, already removing his own coat to wrap around the shivering man. "Holmes, flag down a cab. We need to get him to a hospital immediately. Miss Mackenzie, keep talking to him. Keep him conscious. Don't let him slip away." Lestrade had arrived, summoned by the commotion, and between the 4 of them they managed to get Mackenzie to his feet, supporting his weight between them. He was lucid enough to walk if guided, docile in the way of people who have passed beyond resistance into simple acceptance. They got him into a cab, Lestrade's authority again proving useful, and Watson gave the driver directions to the nearest hospital, climbing in beside Mackenzie to monitor his condition during the journey. Holmes and Miss Mackenzie squeezed in as well, and as the cab pulled away from the embankment leaving Lestrade behind to file his report, Watson caught a glimpse of the umbrella still clutched in Holmes's hand. That elegant, expensive umbrella, with its greyhound handle and its engraved initials which had seemed so mysterious, so full of potential stories. In the end, its story was simpler and sadder than any of their theories. Just the abandoned possession of a man who had temporarily abandoned himself left behind, in a moment when everything else seemed too heavy to carry. The hospital admitted Mackenzie, immediately the doctors and nurses moving with practiced efficiency to treat hypothermia and exhaustion. Miss Mackenzie stayed with him, her gratitude to Holmes and Watson expressed in looks rather than words. What words could possibly suffice? Watson gave her his card, told her to write if there was anything she needed, any way he could help, and she nodded, already turning back to her father's bedside. Outside the hospital, the rain had finally stopped, and the clouds were beginning to break up, revealing patches of night sky and the occasional star. Holmes and Watson stood on the pavement, exhausted and soaked through, and for a long moment neither of them spoke. "We were making a game of it," Holmes said, finally, his voice low, "sitting in comfort, constructing theories, enjoying ourselves, and all the while he was out there, dying slowly in the cold. We didn't know," Watson said gently. "We couldn't have known Sherlock. And when we did know, we found him. We saved him." "Did we?" Holmes asked, and there was something in his voice Watson had rarely heard. Doubt, uncertainty, the recognition of limits. "We saved his body, certainly. But the melancholia that drove him there, that made him want to stop existing, we haven't cured that. He'll go home, and the weight will still be there, and one day it might become too heavy again." "Perhaps," Watson acknowledged, "but today is not that day. Today he has another chance. Today his daughter has her father back. That's worth something, surely." Holmes looked at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I suppose it is." They found a cab. The streets were emptying as the night deepened, and cabs were easier to come by, and made their way back to Baker Street in silence. Mrs. Hudson had waited up, bless her, and had hot tea and blankets ready, and even Mycroft was still there, dozing in his chair by the dying fire. Watson gave them the news. Mackenzie found, alive, recovering, and watched the relief spread across their faces. They talked for a while, going over the events of the evening, but the energy had gone out of it. The mystery was solved, but the solution brought no satisfaction, only a kind of weary gratitude that it hadn't ended worse. Eventually, Mycroft roused himself and departed into the night, and Lestrade had long since gone home to his wife. Watson and Holmes sat by the fire, now built up again, drying themselves and trying to process what had happened. "The umbrella," Watson said eventually. "What became of it?" Holmes gestured to the corner where the umbrella stood in its usual place, as though it had always been there. "I'll return it to Miss Mackenzie," he said, "when the time is right. When her father is well enough to want it back." "And if he never wants it back?" Watson asked. "If it reminds him of that day on the embankment?" "Then I'll keep it," Holmes said simply, "as a reminder." "Of what?" Holmes was quiet for a moment, staring into the fire. "That every object has a story," he said finally, "and not all stories are pleasant ones. That detection is not always a game, not always a puzzle to be solved for our own amusement. That there are real people behind every mystery, with real pain, real struggles, that we must never forget to be human, even as we try to be clever." Watson nodded, understanding. He would write this story someday, he thought, though perhaps not for publication. Perhaps just for himself, a reminder of a rainy day in October when they had learned something important about the difference between puzzles and people. The fire crackled, and the rain began again, gently this time, a soft percussion that promised to continue through the night. London settled into its sleep, the great city drawing breath and preparing for another day. And in 221B Baker Street, two friends sat in companionable silence, grateful for warmth, for shelter, for each other, and for the simple fact that James Harold Mackenzie would live to see the morning. Outside, the rain fell softly on Baker Street, washing the city clean, and somewhere in the darkness a clock chimed the hour, midnight the end of one day and the beginning of another, and with it came the promise that morning would come eventually, as it always did, bringing with it new mysteries, new challenges, new chances to be both clever and kind. The umbrella stood in the corner, silent and patient, its story told at last. And for tonight, that was enough. The fire had burned down to embers, now glowing softly in the grate, like small rubies scattered across black velvet. Watson stretched his legs toward the warmth, feeling the pleasant ache of tired muscles, the bone-deep satisfaction of exhaustion earned through useful action. Beside him, Holmes had finally relaxed into his chair, the tension that had driven him through the evening's search now released, leaving him looking younger, somehow more at peace. "You know," Watson said quietly, his voice barely rising above the soft hiss of rain against the windows, "when I woke this morning I thought it would be just another grey day. Nothing remarkable, nothing memorable, just rain and newspapers and waiting for something to happen. Holmes smiled faintly, his eyes half closed, and instead we found a man who needed finding. We brought someone home. That's rather more than I expected from a Thursday afternoon. It is at that, Holmes murmured. His hand moved absently to touch the arm of his chair, as though reassuring himself of its solidity, its reality. Do you think he'll be all right, Watson? Mackenzie, I mean. Do you think he'll find his way back from wherever he's been? Watson considered the question carefully, knowing Holmes was asking not for platitudes but for honest medical opinion. I don't know, he said finally. Melancholia it's a deep thing, Sherlock. Not something that can be cured with a few days' rest and some good meals. But he has his daughter. He has people who care enough to search for him in the rain. That matters. That counts for something. I hope so, Holmes said softly. I do hope so. They sat in silence for a while longer, listening to the rain, to the clock's gentle ticking, to the distant sounds of London settling into sleep. Mrs. Hudson had long since retired, leaving them to their vigil, trusting them to bank the fire and lock the door when they were finally ready to surrender to exhaustion. Watson found his thoughts drifting, moving through the day like fingers through water. The morning's restlessness, Lestrade's arrival with his dripping coat and mysterious umbrella, the pleasant hours of speculation and theory, Mycroft's unexpected contributions, and then the shift, the moment when puzzle became person, when intellectual exercise became urgent mission. It had been, he reflected, a very full day for one that had started so empty. Thank you, Holmes said suddenly, his voice quiet but clear. Watson turned to look at his friend. For what? For being here? For being. Holmes paused, searching for the word. For being Watson. For keeping me human, I suppose. For reminding me, without saying it directly, that people matter more than puzzles. I forget that sometimes. I get caught up in the cleverness of it all and forget the rest. You don't let me forget for long. Watson felt something warm in his chest, something that had nothing to do with the fire. That's what friends do, he said simply. They remind each other of what's important. Yes, Holmes said. I suppose they do. The rain continued its patient work, washing Baker Street, washing London, washing the world clean for another day. And in the sitting room at 221B, two friends sat together in the firelight, grateful for shelter, for warmth, for each other, and for the quiet grace of a day that had ended better than it might have. Somewhere across the city, in a hospital bed, James Harold Mackenzie slept under clean sheets, his daughter keeping watch beside him. The umbrella would return to him eventually, or perhaps it wouldn't. Time would tell. But for tonight he was safe, he was warm, and he was not alone. And sometimes, Watson thought, that was the best mystery to solve. Not who or why or how, but simply, where is the lost one, and can we bring them home? The answer, tonight, had been yes. The fire dimmed further, the embers settling into themselves, and Watson felt his own eyes growing heavy. He would go to bed soon, leave Holmes to his thoughts and his pipe and whatever private reflections occupied him in the deep hours of the night. Tomorrow there would be other cases, other puzzles, other people in need of finding, but tonight, this night, they had done enough. "Good night, Holmes," Watson said, rising stiffly from his chair. "Good night, Watson." Holmes replied, not moving. "Sleep well." Watson paused at the door, looking back at his friend silhouetted against the dying fire, and felt a surge of affection so strong it was almost painful. This strange, brilliant, difficult man who saw so much and felt more than he ever admitted. Watson was grateful, unutterably grateful to have found him or been found by him to share this odd life of mysteries and rainstorms and occasional grace. He climbed the stairs to his room, the old wood creaking familiarly beneath his feet, and as he prepared for bed he could hear the rain still falling steady and patient and kind. It would fall through the night, and perhaps into the morning, and London would wake to clean streets and fresh air and another day of possibility. And somewhere in all of it, in the rain and the darkness and the quiet hours before dawn, there were stories waiting to be discovered, people waiting to be found, mysteries waiting to be solved, not for the cleverness of it, not for the intellectual satisfaction, but because sometimes solving the mystery meant bringing someone home. The rain fell softly on Baker Street, and in the warm darkness of his room, Dr. John Watson closed his eyes and drifted towards sleep, carrying with him the memory of a day that had started with restlessness and ended with grace, with a man alive who might have been dead, with a daughter's tears of relief instead of grief, with an umbrella that had told its story at last. And as sleep took him, his last conscious thought was this, that tomorrow would bring what it would bring, but tonight they had done well. The rain whispered its agreement against the window, and London dreamed on. I hope this story brought you some peace tonight, wherever you are, whatever weighs on your mind. Remember that even on the greyest days, even when the rain seems endless, there is warmth to be found. There are friends who care. There is always the possibility of being found when we are lost. Sleep well, dear listener, sleep well.